What's up, Doc? Everything is very great, man. How's everything good? How's everything going with you? That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Love to hear it. Yesterday we were working on something funny. Yes, I got some amazing rests. I feel way better. And I have coffee. Um, you can go to my GitHub. I think this is a command, right? Yeah, that's a command. Okay, so let's see. What was I wanting to... I was thinking about some stuff before I went to sleep. Because I know... So there was Context API, which we did last night. So I somewhat know how to do that. But then there were custom hooks. Custom hook is the recipe card. The manager writes the steps on it. So we... Okay, so let's create my first custom hook. But let me go back over custom hooks. So custom hooks are like a recipe. What's up, Resinous Prod? Okay, so function use of an order. Needs to do is create a new file. We're gonna say use theme.jsx. Okay. And the way we do that is we write a function. And the first thing we need to do is Just refining my skills with projects. I don't like endless theory. What's up, Elon? Endless theory is... I feel like endless theory, even... I know that to a certain extent I'm gonna have to know these things, but like studying leak code and stuff, but I feel like endless leak code problems only serve one of the things they serve is the egos of the people that you're hiring, that are hiring you, when the focus should be on, can you build some shit? We know there's plenty of people who understand theory. Those people get degrees, but can they build some shit? Let me just try it. Okay, so number 2, instead of every component calling use context, wouldn't I have to run like that? So I need... I'm just handing it off. What's up, Roha? There's not a lot of stuff to do at work. Tell me about these junior dev applications. What are you noticing? What's the good and what's the bad? I'm very curious, because your perspective of being kind of in some ways a hiring manager is... I want to know. I want to know. What are you... what are some things you're noticing? What are some things standing out? What are some trends? If you feel like sharing. So hand it back. Am I understanding this correctly? Okay, this is important. This is the part that I didn't understand. What's up, Kyle? Wow. What are some projects you're seeing? And these are recent grads, right? Okay, so then when I say use context, oh no, I'm studying some React fundamentals before I go on to my next big project. So you gonna see a series of small projects because there's some things, oh my neck, there's some things on the list I need to learn. So yesterday we did context API. I'm gonna show you what we did. So a lot of landing pages to which look AI generated. That is fucking sad. Yet fresh out of uni and high school, they have good projects to learn from, like weather apps and movie search apps, but they need a good solid project that is being used in the real world. Yikes. Um so Elon, uh we're booty as a back end as a service is what we're making yesterday. But the whole point was to learn use context, the context API. So I asked AI, hey, how can I practice this? And it said, hey, why don't you just create a simple toggle thing? And so now I did that yesterday. So there we go. All right. So now it seems like the next thing we need to do is custom hooks, and that is also on the list. I really need to print out my, yeah, so we need to, also on the list today, I wanted to know a better way to make a toggle, because I see that toggles are common patterns in UI, so I want to know how to make a nice toggle, because this toggle, it's okay. I mean, I made it myself, but it doesn't do what I want it to do. Feels, I don't know, it don't feel right. All right, so back to what we were doing. Okay. Use context. Use context opens the box. Where is it? JS.js. Where did I put it? I've lost it. Oh no. Oh, why does this have to be JSX? Does it need to be JSX? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so back to what we were doing. So it said I don't need to do this. And the reason it said I don't need to do that is because when we do this, it's like creating a GIF box. Okay. And the gift is the current state of the toggle and the function to toggle it. Okay, so then we do use context, import those, use context theme.switch, blah, blah, blah. We get those applicants as well, but they're mainly for senior/project management roles. We expect to see some professional experience, of course, compared to the juniors, where we just look for good projects. What projects are you hoping to see in their applications? I think you mentioned this. You just want to see at least one CRUD application, right? CRUD, yeah. Is dark, false, theme switcher, function. This is the whole box. So I need to look at this. This is an object. I'm thinking of it differently, but when it's packed into this, this is, yeah. Okay, so let me write that down. So these are people who recently graduated. They spent 4 years in college, and they don't have any CRUD apps on their stuff. Okay. Oh, that's sad. How do you feel about the AI slop that you're seeing? My bad if I'm asking you too many questions. I'm just curious about your perspective. Okay, so in the box, when I saw this, I guess I didn't understand that this was. I should have. I'm not thinking. I'm just like I'm just going with the motions. Yeah. So then, yeah. Okay. All right. Then we return those two things. Oh. Yep. That's unfortunate. All these people want quick money. They don't want. They don't. It's almost like they feel like there's no future. That's what's scary to me. Some of our smartest, brightest, most savviest, most entrepreneurial people don't feel like there's a future to be had. Okay. So I think I understand. So now, what I need is to go to nav bar. So I don't need none of this. I just import. Oh, what? Oh, what? No, hold on. Okay, let's see. Not gonna lie, that's why I'm trying to leave this play soon. But like I always wish them well. I just don't want to be around when AI stuff breaks. Managing slop is stressful as fuck. Oh my god. Christian Coles, why are you trying to become a web dev when there's AI that does it? shouldn't you be learning how to use AI tools instead? I'm using AI right now. I'm using Claude to learn. Hello, what do you think when you can call yourself a web developer? What is your goal? You can go to my day zero video. If you go to my videos on my channel and go to the day zero video, you will see me explain the whole purpose of all of this. All right. Okay, so I think I understand. So this, I don't know why this, like, I didn't get it at first. It's like I'm throwing all the JavaScript things that I learned out of the window and going into a lazy React mindset. Okay, so this is pretty self-explanatory. Oh yeah, it did. Const is dark theme switcher equals use context theme switch. Okay, so we are importing theme switch, and which is the box, and then we open the box and we take from value, we take both of those things out of it and return it. So we basically we're destructuring. Then we come into, like, say navbar, we import use theme, and then we say, because it returns both of these, then okay, so then we can use them how we want. So if I go back to this, it still works. Okay. Well, you got to think about it. It's not just a you're it's not necessarily what you're saying isn't wrong, Caleb. What you're saying isn't wrong, but that's more what you're really talking about is your relationship with learning and mastery. That's really what you're talking about. What you're saying really has it really isn't a description of it really says nothing about me. It really says everything about your relationship with learning, how you feel about learning, and do you actually care about learning or mastery or education or things. To you, it seems that educating yourself and learning is just a way to get money, right? That's what it feels like when people ask me stuff like that. And nothing is wrong with that. Survival is important. I want you to survive. But at the same time, understand that for some people, it's not just about the money, right? I like to code. I like to learn these things. I also like to be effective. I also like to tell the truth and be honest. I would rather be in if I'm going again if I'm going to be a part of an organization, I would want them to know that I know my stuff, not just I know my stuff thanks to AI. You know that AI is I don't know what's don't you think it's um so no, I don't think it's a waste of time because here's the thing. For example, I could have went into my next project and I would have never known what use context the context API is, right? I would have never needed to take all these notes. And I could have allowed AI to kind of bridge the gap in a way. But what am I really learning? Because I'm just a glorified, essentially, I'm going to be a glorified problem solver, a glorified Googler. How do I really, it's like, these things, it's outside myself too. It's not just about me, but it's about how I benefit other people. How do I benefit other people by allowing AI to do everything, right? There's other people out there there's people who come into this channel and feel like, well, I'm an inspiration because of the consistency. What am I showing them by just allowing AI to do everything, right? So what am I supposed to do? Just throw away 125, 126 days away of learning just to use AI and let it do it for me? What was the what how does that benefit my life? That's like, like, let me pause this. I'm gonna answer this. Um, because I don't think your question is a bad question. Have you ever thought what you missing out when you just write down into AI your prompt and give an answer to your question? I don't. Yeah, and that's why I said this. What his question has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with his relationship with learning, his relationship with education, his relationship with bettering himself. It was never about the journey. It was for him. It's not about the progress. It's not about the feeling of accomplishing something or benefiting other people. It was always about one specific goal, and that was probably survival or money. And nothing is wrong with that. Again, I live, like I said, I a part of this is a part of. I'm tired. How do I say this? I live in an impoverished area, right? My city is currently dealing with a crime problem, and the whole community is thinking of how can we stop the youth from committing gun violence and acts of violence and crimes and stuff, right? So it does, and it doesn't. I'm not ignorant to the fact that money is important, resources are important, and it changes people's outcomes. So I could never say that him wanting to use AI and use it to get a job and everything and get money is a bad thing. I think that's important. But what I'm saying is that for me, I think AI is a tool, but I don't think it should eclipse the actual work that needs to be done, right? Uh, the people who created this AI, they they understood all of this, right? Like I'm not talking about React specifically, but I'm talking about like they put in the work to understand computer science. And now what people are saying is that because we have AI and a tool to do a lot of this work for us, that I shouldn't that my relationship with computer science and programming should just be, I don't know why how do I even put this into words? Instead of the it's almost like I'm supposed to put aside the goal, the purpose that I feel. How do I even fucking say this? I don't know, but it's something missing in that equation. There's something missing in the equation when people ask that question. And I think especially last month, I was taking offense to how much people were talking about AI, but I really had to sit down and think about, well, that shit doesn't really have anything to do with me. It has to do with how they feel about learning and stuff. They feel inspired when they see a guy using multiple agents to code an application. They feel good about that. But then I keep thinking, like, has AI created, has any of these people created something that's like really monumental? Like, we have all this AI running around and all these apps can be coded, but has anybody made something that's like really, is it, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, so I'm not sure, because this is okay. I'm gonna say how I actually feel. If you want to use AI to code, I have no quarrels with that. Do your thing, whatever makes you happy. Um, and I think if that's how you want to interface with AI, then go for it. If that's the interface you want to have with AI, then go for it. But respect my interface that I'm building. You know what I mean? Hold on. can people come to the door? Damn. But you missing out at first glance unnecessary information, but it could probably build a strong fundamental for your. I don't know what you're really talking about. I'm kind of lost on what you're talking about. Boivel 7392. But let me reiterate what I was saying before the doorbell rang. Um, I don't care how other people use AI, but when you send me something, like for example, if somebody sends me a website to review, and I know they prompted the whole thing, I question whether or not they know what's going on. I just do. Um, I'll never have to question whether or not I'll never have to look at my code in hindsight and think, well, did I actually know what was going on? Because no, I knew everything that was going on. But somebody that uses AI, that question always comes up, at least in my mind. Like, do they actually know what's going on? It's like I want to learn how to whittle. I want to learn how to carve wood, right? Why would I let a machine do that if it could do it? Yeah, exactly. I agree with Aquino. I have no problem with that. And honestly, I've come a long way because I didn't even like AI to do what I'm doing right now. I was like, I'm gonna learn all this myself, but it's a good teacher, you know. So anyway, I guess I say all that to say that y'all use AI how y'all want to use it. I'm literally looking at a job application, and as soon as I see AI stuff, I immediately question their intelligence on this stuff. We need people who want to use AI, sure, but also know what it's doing. Yeah. And so it's interesting that because AI has come out, that now I'm supposed to deprive myself of the value in suffering through learning this stuff. The only reason we have LLMs or AI is because there were a large amount of people who suffered through learning programming and computer science. That's the only reason we have it today. Because people, again, they learn this stuff. And now because there's this tool that has been created that can do it for me, I'm supposed to not learn. So they brought so much value to the world in so many different ways by creating AI. They've also brought some slop into the world by creating AI. Yeah, and Dante, I don't have a problem with that because they'll be paying me. Nothing is wrong. Listen, I have no quarrels with using. I've said this before. I have no problems with using AI on a job. They pay my check. If they want me to use a different OS, I'll use that. If they want me to sit in a different chair, I'll do that. Whatever, because they are paying the check. They're writing the check, right? That's a whole different thing. But in my own free time, when I'm trying to learn this stuff and really delve deep into it, I think it's so crazy that we're in a time again, and I talk about this all the time, and I'm gonna get back to my studies. I talk about this all the time. The majority of us are descendants of people who lived in poverty or people who did not have a lot of power in their societies. Most of our ancestors fought for us to have education, right? Most of us, the vast majority of us, if you didn't come from a lot of wealth, which the majority of us did not, then in some way, somewhere in there, if you go back to your ancestors, they want you to have education. They wanted you to have education. If they were alive today, they would say, yes, please get that education. Um, and I think it's so interesting that now we're in this time where there's all this information and all this literature and all this documentation and all of these tools to learn these things. People want to hop, skip, jump, do a backflip and not even learn nothing. That's crazy to me. If you got to be honest with yourself. If you don't want to learn, just say that. Don't question why somebody else isn't using the same methodology that you're using, because some people don't want to hop, skip, jump, do a backflip, do a cartwheel, okay, land, I don't know, on their ass, and do half-ass shit. If you want to do half-ass shit, nothing's wrong with that. But remember, you also, when you actually know how things work behind the scenes, you can't be replaced by AI. So look at Base 44 ad. They market AI well, but notice how it's simple apps like to do or management app. Try vibe coding an enterprise level app and see the vulnerabilities come in. Exactly. So didn't I just see a post on Twitter the other day where a dude vibe coded the entire application, but in some way, I guess the hackers got some type of information, access their database, and start charging everybody like $300. So it's like that's why I go back to my initial statement. His question had nothing to do with me. It had everything to do with his relationship with learning, mastery, the journey of life, because it doesn't seem like it's about the living. It's about the end goal. It's never about what it meant to achieve those things. And so if it's not about the living and it's just about what you get, just the result, are you alive? Are you living? Like, what? I don't know. Maybe that's a stretch. I don't know. But who are you? Who are you at that? Who are you? What do you actually want these things? Do you actually want to program, or are you doing it for some type of? If it's not for you, then who is it for? If it's not for you, then who is it for? Why are you doing this? Why are you learning how to program? If it's just for the money, and again, nothing's wrong with the money. Is it status? Is it ego? What is it anyway? That's something you're gonna have to really think about. Or maybe not. You don't have to think about it. Sometimes I feel like they ask you this stuff for themselves. Like maybe he was thinking of getting into the field, but wanted to see how someone like you, who already started it, would react. Well, that's an interesting way of thinking about that. I didn't think of it like that. Maybe, yeah. Well, he got an answer. Boop. Okay. So back to what we were doing. So let's start from the beginning. We create a context container. I'm gonna call this a context container. Then we put stuff into the container. Then what we could do is import use context, import theme switch, and then unpack it with use context, right? And assign it these things. Or we could use a custom hook, which I thought would be in just pure JS, and I didn't think it would be JSX, to abstract some of that away. So then we import theme switch here, we import use context, and then we create a function, and we say is dark theme switcher, and then basically destructuring, we take the values out of this and put them into this, and we return this, and then that allows us, because we're exporting, that allows us to use that in different places. So now I can go to hero and I could say import use theme, and then I would just do use theme, and I'll go to the footer and I would say import use theme, use theme. Okay. And then so all of that should still work. And it does. So I have in some ways learned how to use custom hooks. That was my first custom hook. I learned how to use a custom hook. I learned how to use a custom hook. I learned how to use a custom hook. Yeah. All right. Okay, let me see. Yes, that's how I feel. Money comes as the effect. I feel like if I grind enough, how could they not see that I'm a benefit? You know, I feel like I'm planting a garden, right? I'm not chasing, I'm planting a garden. And then once the garden is beautiful, I'm like, hey, do you want this garden to be a part of what you're doing? And they'll be like, oh, that's an amazing garden. You put a lot of work into it. Of course. Data from it. Cooking a pizza. Function. Use fetch. This doesn't work. Fetch works. Okay. Okay. So when the AI generated code breaks in production and costs the company money, what do you think they're calling? Not the guy who said AI can do it. Remember the recipe card. Now imagine a pizza takes time to cook. You can't just instantly hand it to the customer. You have to wait for it. That's what async await handles. Data from an API doesn't arrive instantly. It takes time, just like cooking a pizza. So this doesn't work. Fetch takes time, but you're not waiting for it. Function, use fetch, URL constant. Oh, oh, oh. I think I had an aha moment. Have I ever looked at the React documentation? Yes, definitely, 100%. Sometimes the React documentation confuses me. I won't lie. So if React docs custom hooks, all right, is this the right one? Nope. This is the right one. All right. All right. Let's see what it has to say on custom hooks. What What's up, Josh? I haven't seen you in a while. How you been? You started that new position? That new I think you was start. Yeah, you signed a contract or something. React comes with several built-in hooks. Like you'll wish there. Sometimes you wish there was a hook there. Custom hook sharing logic between components. Jovan, that is irrelevant. Just go ahead and start that shit. Go ahead and start learning. I think you're asking me that because you want to see, well, how long did it take me or what? It don't. It None of that matters. Just go start. Imagine you're developing an app that heavily relies on the network, as most apps do. You want to warn the user if their network connection has accidentally gone off while they're using your app. How would you go about it? It seems like you'll need two things in your component: a piece of state that tracks whether the network is online, a piece of state that tracks whether the network is online, an effect that subscribes to the global online and offline events and updates that state. This will keep your components synchronized. Okay, so let's see. So we import use state and use effect. We have a function. Oh, congratulations, congratulations, young man in the Europeans in the Europes doing big things. Josh, I'm proud of you, Josh. What's up, SBO? I'm good. Josh doing big things, making big money moves. Josh, you going places for real. You are going places, man. It's time for you to build that brand, Josh. It's time for you to make a YouTube and stuff. Enhance your kingdom. Man, listen, I'm gonna get there one day. It's time for you to make that YouTube, start expanding and stuff. Make that social media start popping off. Export default function status bar const is online, set is online equal use state true. Build and learn kind of style. Leak code will come later. I don't think I can handle the grind that you do with YouTube. Oh. It becomes easier over time. Okay. So okay. So we import use effect, then we create. Malachi's getting tired of my shit. I don't care. Is online set is online use state true. Use effect function handle online set is online to true. Function handle offline set is online to false. Okay. Window dot add event listener online handle online, and then we got to remove those at the end. Okay, and then this just happens on mount. Okay. In my place, they always have to solve competitive programming problems, so I just have to do leak code. Can't skip that. That's fair. I do not like leak code. I do like building things though. But I'm pretty sure I've done some leak code on the channel. I just didn't like it. Okay, let me go over this one more time. So we import use state use effect. We then create a state setter. I guess I don't know if we call this a setter and a getter, but whatever. Use state set is online. Then we say use effect, and this use effect happens initially on mount. I guess as soon as status bar is called. Constant. Okay. Then we remove, because the event listeners persist. So it's like you give it and then you remove so that it doesn't keep attaching it on re-render. Then we based on this we return is online or disconnect. Okay, so turn it right there. Try turning your network on and off and notice how the status bar updates. Hold on, what? No way. How does that work? Handle. Hold on, what? Hold on, is handle online? Hold on, what? Is handle online? Oh. Okay. I forgot this how it is. So if I go to inspect, and then I go to network. Hold on, how do I turn the network off? Oh, offline. Oh! Look at that. That's cool. I did not know about this. Let's write that down. We learn the new stuff every day. Learn the new stuff every day. Boop, boop, boop. Would you mind vocalizing what you just learned? Okay. So I kind of did, but I'll do it again. Let me pause this. No. We're just gonna keep going. Okay. So what I just learned, so we're in the custom hooks part of the React documentation. And it said we're going over sharing logic between components. Okay, so imagine you're developing an app that heavily relies on the network, as most apps do. You want to warn the user if their network connection has accidentally gone off while they were using your app. How would you go about it? It seems like you'll need two things in your component: a piece of state that tracks whether the network is online, which is this, an effect that subscribes to the global online and offline events and updates that state, which is this. This will keep your component synchronized with the network status. You might start with something like this. So we import use state and use effect. Then we create a function. We create some state. Set is online is online. Then we use effect. And we create a function, handle online, set is online to true. Function handle offline, set is online to false. Okay. Which is this. So handle online, handle offline. We set in the state right there. So then we append to the window an event listener called online, and we do handle online if it's online. If it's off, we do offline. Well, handle offline, right? And then at the end, we have to take those event listeners off, right? At the end of when we add event listeners to the window, we got to take them off, because from what I understand, if you leave these things on, it'll endlessly re-render in an endless loop or something. I have to revisit that, but I know it's not what you're supposed to do. All right. And then because we enter empty dependencies, that means it only happens on mount or on the initial render. A link to this. Okay. And then at the end of this, we do return. Okay. You said not implementing. Okay. We're doing what Kyle asked. Okay. So then at the end, it says return H1. It returns this, right? But what I was confused about, I was like, how does it know? How does it know to check? I didn't know that this was a thing. I didn't know that this part was the thing. It's an event listener in itself, right? So I was looking at this and I was like, handle online, set it is online to true, and window.add event listener. What event listener are we? How does it know? And so that's when I Googled this, and I was like, oh, so the event listener is called online. Yep. And so then, yep. So then I went here, and it was like, hey, turn off your network, and you'll know. And then I'll turn off my network, and you'll see this go from online to offline. Yay! What is a OC? Okay, let me take a break. I need a break. I got too much caffeine in my system. I'm not used to, I don't do caffeine all the time, but I need to do 4 hours today. I gotta go cut the grass. And here he comes. Time for a bath. I gotta take you a bath. Why your nose all wet like that? Oh yeah, buddy. We gotta take a bath today. It's time. It's bath time. For real. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Mm-hmm. I knew you was gonna shake. I think I hold on, let me make sure I left that door open for him. Oh baby. It is a beautiful day in Texas. For real. It is a beautiful day in Texas. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay. You're from Ukraine? It's beautiful. Oh. Let's do my favorite activity. Looking at Pinterest. Oh, I love looking at Pinterest. Y'all have no idea. Oh my goodness. I could sit and look at Pinterest all. Oh my, you know what? I think I made it one of those scammers. I think I made one of them feel bad yesterday. And I called him and I said, "Brother, why do you do this?" He was like, "What?" I was like, why are you trying to scam me and get my information for a job? Do you know how unemployed people are in America? I said, are you in India? And he was like, well, but you know, we have things. I said, come on, brother. I said, one of my best friends lives in India, and I just wanted to let you know, uh, you ain't got to do it like this. You know, there's other ways to make money. You ain't got to do it like this, man. And you could tell. And I told him, I said, I love you, man. You don't have to do stuff like this. And I could hear the shame and disappointment in himself over the phone. It was sad. I was like, man, like for real. You ain't got to do all this. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Sometimes you gotta touch people's hearts and let them know you care. I got a message on LinkedIn. Is it a scam? Is it sponsored? Y'all who okay, I'm about to open this message. Do y'all want, who wants to bet that it is who thinks it is a sponsored message? Who thinks it's spam or who thinks it's a legitimate message? Anybody there? Anybody want to bet? Spam? Sponsored for sure. Okay. Anybody else? Woo! Anybody else want to take a guess? Sponsored, spam, or legitimate message? Sponsored, spam, or legitimate message? Anybody else? No? Okay. Sponsored? Okay. Alright, I'm about to legitimate with good or bad intention. Legitimate is typically good. Spam is a legitimate message but with bad intention. You know what I mean? So spam is legitimate message, bad intention, regular message, legitimate messages, legitimate message with good intention. Nah, I didn't get any replies, Kakashi. You want to bet on whether or not this message I received in LinkedIn is spam, sponsored, or a legitimate message? What you think it is? We got 52 seconds left in the break. What you think, Kakashi? You're scared? Okay, let's see. It's a legitimate message. It's a legitimate message from a recruiter. Hold on. Remember those jobs I initially applied to at EasyCater? Y'all remember that company, EasyCater? But hold on. It's not like this is from one of the managers at EasyCater. This is yeah. This is one. Okay, so if y'all don't know, the week that I was filling out all those applications, I was filling out the applications to this company, right? And I think they might still have the job, and the job was front end. It might be this. Did I apply to this one? I think I might have applied to this one. I have to go check my documents. Oh, it's already saved, so I probably already applied to it. Okay, so you want to see my resume? Hold on. I'm about to show it, and then you can screenshot it. You got it? Is it big enough? You got it? You got it, Kakashi? All right. Okay. Okay, so all she said was, hold on, is there a way that I could frick it? Just said, I sent your name to our talent team to take a look at your application. Thanks. That's it. But that's good enough. Yes. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so a response is I'm blessed to just receive a response. Cause remember, I messaged a lot of people in that company about this position. Hold on, which position did I message her about? The front end internship. Yeah. So it was the front end. It was the front end internship. And this job. Okay, so join a team that is focused on creating, improving, and shipping well-factored, well-tested, and fast components for our React applications. Build products utilizing Next.js, React, TypeScript, a strongly typed version of JavaScript. Test libraries such as Jest and Chromatic. Participate in code reviews. A hunger for learning, asking questions, collaboration, and a strong desire to consistently improve. In the final offer amounts are determined by multiple factors, including prior experience. Please have fun with the cover letter. So yeah, this is the let's see. This is the post. Okay, so it says required experience with React.js. Many hands-on projects will require some competency with the React framework. Required experience with fundamental aspects of front-end development, markup, HTML, CSS, Sass, JavaScript. Bonus points if you have experience with any of the following: TypeScript and Tailwind CSS. Yeah, I'm gonna learn TypeScript. Candidate. Oh my God, there's 2,000 people who applied. Oh my God. Well, man, that dude has some. Man, I miss my dreads so much. But whatever. All right, so what is this? Is it a hackathon? Man, I already showed it. All right, hurry up and take a picture of this or something. You know what? Actually, I need to make a link to this. Maybe I'll upload it to my GitHub or something. You see it? You see it? Kakashi, man, you slow as hell. All right. All right. So back to what we were doing. All right. All right. So we already went through this. Now we can. This is a long page. Okay. To start, you can copy and paste the is online state and effect into save button. Hold on, what? Okay, let me think. Now imagine you also want to use the same logic in a different component. You want to implement a save button that will become disabled and show reconnecting instead of save while the network is off. Okay. This is a thing? What's up, Aziz? All right. I did not know. I did not know there was a. Man, I need to look this stuff up. There's a disabled. What do we call it? A prop or something? So it's I feel like some of y'all are not watching me live. Make sure you press that red button to see it live so we can talk in real time. What project are we doing today? I'm learning. I'm in a React documentation. There's a disabled. Okay. Yeah, it does it. Okay. Okay. Verify that if you turn off the network. I'm good, Bear. How are you? Verify that if you turn off the network, the button will change its appearance. Yeah. These two components work fine, but the duplication in logic between them is unfortunate. It seems like even though they have the different visual appearance, you want to reuse the logic between them. Very true. Imagine for a moment that, similar to use state and use effect, there was a built-in use online status hook. Then both of these components could be simplified and you could remove the duplication between them. Huh? Okay, why don't I just follow along with the documentation? Let's do that. feel like if anybody comes to this stream right now, they'd be like, what is this? What is that? Listen, I was learning context API and I had to make it interesting, okay? Just bear with me. So we'll change this button. We'll change this button right here, the try it now button. All right. So what do I want to do? I want to use a custom hook so that when this is, so, okay. So I'm going to say theme switcher, new file, hold on, what should we name it? What did they name it? No. Okay. So we're gonna call this new file use online status dot JS import okay. So then we have export default function use online status. So with use online status, there's a few things we want to do, right? So we want to add an event we want to return some state. Okay, so maybe we can do const is online, set is online. You're excited? Cody bot? Oh Lord. Not a bot. Not a bot, man. Okay. So we want to add an event listener. Okay, I think that's what they did. Yeah. Also, we're automatically going to set it to true. And then we want to, yeah. All right. So then because we only want to do this once. On mount. So then we are going to say, because we want to add 2 event listeners. So first we want to create functions that those okay, so first we want to we want to create the functions that the event listeners are going to use. So function is online then we are going to say window.add event listener. This one is going to be for the online. And if it's online, then we do one of these. We say set online. I don't think we don't call it right there. Window dot add event listener offline set offline. No. Okay. And then we are going to return. We return. Hold on. Do we put brackets around that? We do. All right. We return window remove event listener online. Hold on, that's all I gotta put, right? Okay, yeah, online set. No. All right. Okay. Yes, I do understand why we clean up the listeners. I think I explained it like twice so far. Okay. So const is online, set is online. Then we want to do something else. So we want to hold on. Yeah, I just want to return is online. I don't think I needed to do all of this if I just wanted to return is online. All right. I'm aware I need to learn backend. I'm reminded every day of my existence that I need to learn backend. I appreciate you letting me know that I need to learn backend. Thank you. All right. They want us to return the whole button. This is still a thing to do. Yeah. So it's some code that we would have to write a whole bunch of times. We're just doing it here. Yeah. Yeah, so then I want to come to the hero. No. Is it in the hero? It's in the hero. Yes, I need to learn the back end. I'm reminded every day I need to learn the back end. Reminded every day I need to learn the back end. I'm reminded every day I need to learn the back end. Every day. Every day I'm reminded. Why don't I? Let me think. Can I say I hope I'm doing this right. It's okay. I don't know. I'm glad it brings you some good business ideas. It brings me a lot of business ideas too. It's my masterpiece. Yeah. I think I'm doing this right. Okay, use effect just returns is online. On map. Okay. How do I disable my network? How do I do that, y'all? Oh. It worked. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the network is offline, booty connecting. Online. Could I just have used... Could I have just said... Does this work too? Okay, understood. Well, I'm happy for you, Roha. That's important for your mental health. I'm glad you're getting some. That's important. That's importante. Yes. Live your life. You know what I want to know? You know what I want to do? There's something I want to do. So my thing is that I wanted to hold the state that it was in. You see how when I refresh, and I think that has to do with local storage, right? We're gonna go to Claude A. Was this use effect? Yeah. Step 1. Save the local storage when theme changes. Every time isDark changes, every time isDark changes, you already have a use effect in app.js. Yeah, okay, right here. That watches isDark. Right now, it just logs to the console. Yes. Instead of logging, you could save the value to local storage there. Read from local storage on first load. When the app starts up, before it decides what isDark should be, it should check the notepad first. If there's already a saved theme, use that. If not, fall back to false. This is where lazy initialization instead of just passing false to use state, you pass it a function that checks local storage first and returns whatever was saved. Interesting. Both of these changes happen in app.js. There's nothing in your components needs to change at all. The context still provides the same isDark and things. Oh. Teach me local storage like I'm 5 years old. Okay, I'm gonna pause this. I gotta go to the restroom. I have to pee. If I don't pee, I'm gonna explode. Alright, I'll be right back. Malachi, let's go outside and pee. You don't need effect here. You log if dark is true. Hold on, what? Okay, come on, come on. Let's go pee. Come on. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh. What? Y'all let him learn. All right. Every time you close a book, you're reading. All right, hold on. Let me see. Get some water. I've been getting busy lately. Every time you close a book you're reading, you write down the page number in your notebook. So when you come back tomorrow, you know exactly where you left off. That's local storage. It was great. It was amazing. I love pissing outside. That's the beauty of having a backyard. It's my dream to have a backyard with chickens. Uh, that's local storage. A little notebook that browser keeps on your desk permanently. Write in the notebook. So you local storage. No, she's gone. I just like to piss outside. We have two restrooms. I just prefer to piss outside. I'm telling you, pissing outside is a luxury. Oh, okay. So it has two parts, the describer and the actual information. You'll drink to that. You're funny. You're telling the browser, hey, write down that the theme is dark. The notebook now has theme dark. Okay. So this, yeah, okay. So that's like key value. Read from the notebook. Oh, right. Read. Local storage. You're asking the browser, hey, what did we write down for the thing? And then we can erase. Okay, I was just thinking about this because I was like, why don't I just say true or false? I'm learning different React concepts, fundamentals. I see. So we need to pass it a function that checks. So instead of hmm. Starts before it decides what is dark should be, it should check the notepad first. Okay. Hold up. Hmm. Hmm. What's up, Hyper Game Dev? Have you been live since? Have you been live since 11 something? Because I saw you go. Girl, I know you haven't been live that long. What's up? What's up, Kay? What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Okay. So the next step. So now that I got, okay. So it's gonna set this. It's gonna set this. What's up? What's up? Achika started TypeScript. She started TypeScript. Both. Function. She's doing React. I didn't know you were doing React. I thought she does game development. Okay, so now that we got, this is gonna check. Oh, okay. I'm confused too. I should put no backseat coding. Because it's hard when I'm trying to learn. Just let me flop around for a bit. Alright, let me think. Yeah, they don't listen. No, it's alright. Look, these AI writing slop saying you can't use Boolean constructor when this is not even a constructor. Can't use. Hold up, where did it lie? Where? I'm good. How are you? um. Oh, did you know we can leave voice messages on comments now? Have you tried that, Hyper Game Dev? Ichika? Yes, that's your name. Trying to shake the hyper focus. Hmm. Yes, yes, I've been doing it. It's fun. Hmm. So if it's so if there's something there, we'll just do. There's nothing there. just set it to false, right? I think that's how that works. You're kind of scared to do what? Oh. Don't be scared. Okay. So, I don't know why this is taking me so long, but yeah, I know I think slow. Okay, so from what I understand, on first check, we're going to say if it's there, if theme has something there, we're going to JSON.parse, and it's going to give us true or false. If not, we're just going to put false. So the next step is let's see. He said, piece of advice. Yeah, but I just said not to do it, but you did it anyway. So I guess, but I don't know. Wait, you're just trying to help. I get it, but I did say no backseat coding. I said it. Roja said it, and you decided to not listen. So it is what it is. I'ma just okay. So piece of advice, and I'm out. When you need Boolean like this, just convert the value to with Boolean. So local storage. So are you saying I can do this? It's not about being, I've talked about this before. It's not about being a dickhead. It's about consent. It's about consent, which seems to be a difficult subject for people to understand. Consent. And we are coming up on a break, so I will talk about consent. Because consent is extremely important. But I think what he's saying is it might do his thing. All right. That was incorrect. It is decent. Okay. So first, before we even start this, let's go over what Miroslav said. He said that we should just change it to a Boolean right then and there or whatever. So we did that, and it said that that was not going to work because, where was it? Boolean. If you save it like this, local storage.set item theme is dark saves a string false or true. Then you read it back. Local storage.get item theme returns false string. Because get item returns a string, and it always returns a string because it's key value, and the value is always a string. Because hold on, what? What's up? You have a nice day as well. Okay, returns false works fine. Maybe he was right. Okay, anyway. Okay, so now that we're on break, let's talk about this thing called consent. This will be my 4th iteration into talking about consent. Okay. While you are not incorrect, Miroslav, I did say that I did not want any backseat coding. Being right is good, right? However, consent is important because if you respect somebody's consent, then I feel like you respect them as a person. So I said no backseat coding. I put it at the top, right? No backseat coding. It's the pin comment. And then you decided that I don't want to be a dickhead, but I'm going to give my advice and then I'm out. When I said that I didn't want your advice. Not yet, at least. I said, and I even put for now. That shows you don't respect me. Even if you're trying to help. I'm going to tell y'all something. The first time no, I do want it to buy, but I want it when I want it. So here's the thing. And I don't know if it's a culture thing. Let me put these away. Oh, you gonna get flamed. You got to. You got to. It's not just about you. Let me pause this so I can take a real break. You do whatever works for you, Epic. Should I talk about it? Should I not? Because I don't want to flame Miroslav. I don't want you to think I'm flaming you. So how do I say this without making it sound like I'm flaming somebody? It's something that'll let me... How do I do this? How do I approach this? Shut up! It's a hard thing to learn because some people... You say let's talk about it? Okay. In my life, I made the mistake for a long time because a lot of y'all don't know. but I used to go to these meetings called CODA. Okay. I used to go to these. People who are the victims of narcissistic abuse have a high chance of being codependent. Okay? What is codependence? Somewhere along the line, we learn to doubt our perception, discount our feelings, and overlook our needs. We look to others to tell us what to think, feel, and behave. Other people supplied us with information about who we were and should be. It became more important to be compliant or avoidant rather than to be authentic, and we adopted rigid beliefs about what should be. We believed that if you could just get it right, things would be okay. When we got it wrong, our sense of security and self-worth evaporated. When you suffer from narcissistic abuse, you learn to be compliant. I grew up in an extremely narcissistic household. I learned that I had to, in some ways, move my emotions around. Hold on, what happened? La Roja. I learned that I had to, in some ways, move my emotions around to survive, I had to become compliant, right? I had to become another version of myself to receive love, right? And from that, you learn that in some ways, you learn that you have to always serve those people, because the thing about narcissists is that their love comes from external factors, because they can't supply themselves with that. And so the people who survive around narcissists learn that they have to be a supply to those people, right? Because and that means that and because your well-being and how you feel is dependent on their mood, you always have to alter yourself to supply them and become a good battery for their good moods. So in that, you learn to always like give, right? You give to kind of survive, and you give in a way that helps them. I'm probably not doing this justice, but you begin to enter other relationships where you just think that, I don't know what a Ramon Tata is, but I'm gonna look that up. Hold on. I don't know what that is. A comeback. Yes, exactly. And so the thing about narcissistic abuse and becoming a codependent is that you begin to seek out narcissistic relationships, right? And narcissists are really, really good because they've been in relationships with, and I don't mean just romantic relationships, but I mean like even friendships. Narcissists are accustomed to narcissistic relationships, and codependents are accustomed to narcissistic relationships. And the reason I'm touching on this is because when you're codependent, you begin to give advice and to give to people without their consent, because that's what you've learned that's how you've learned how to survive. You've learned to give constantly without the consent of other people, giving advice, giving money, giving time, giving all different types of things. And so I was one of those people, and I kept giving and I kept giving and I kept giving in hopes that there would be a return for love, because that's how I was raised. I was raised to feel that in order for me to feel love, right? Basically, a narcissist kind of teach you how to love in the way that they love. They love through external validation. Oh my God, epic. That was strong. So that is not what I'm saying at all. That was a hop, skip, a jump, and a backflip. That is called a cognitive distortion, where you think in black or white, whether it's this way or that way. And what I'm saying is that it can be blurred. It doesn't have to be you either love or hate your family. There can be in between. There can be a spectrum, and that is another sign of narcissistic abuse. You think in black or white because the narcissist will kind of manipulate you into thinking that, okay, well, you're not supplying me in the way that I want to be supplied, then you don't like me in that way, right? That's how a narcissist manipulates you. They manipulate. Really nice to hear you share this, Chris, and I relate. I also deal with people backseating and learning to set the boundary has been healing. Exactly. And so a cognitive distortion is where you have extremely black and white thinking. It's polarized. There's no in between, right? And so and that's how the narcissist kind of sets it up. It's saying that if you basically you become if you're a narcissistic supply and you are a battery for a narcissist, you become not a person but a tool to make them feel better. And usually, like this lamp right here, this lamp has a on and off switch. That's how they kind of treat you. That's kind of how they treat love and getting love. You have to be on, and if you're off, which we're human beings, so we can't always be on. And when we're off, they take that as, oh, you do not care about us, you do not love us, and then they begin to treat you like a tool. What happens when this lamp doesn't work? What happens when this lamp isn't giving me what I want? Right? This lamp doesn't have any feeling. It is an object. Any you. So I hope I'm doing justice to this conversation because I'm about to summarize the first few years of the pandemic for me into probably like 10 minutes. You are objectified. And so I treated myself as an object. I thought that that's how I was going to get cared for. I thought that's how love is given to me. And so I brought that into other friendships. And I'm surprised that some of those friendships survived, right? None of the romantic relationships survived, but my friendships did survive. And there's a friend that I have that I used to give him all different types of advice until I learned that maybe if I just shut the fuck up and listen to what he actually needs, in all, maybe then I could understand who this person is. I say all this to say that you have to allow people, instead of assuming what people need, you have to allow them to tell you what they need. You have to allow them to be a full person. Just thinking that they need your help isn't really about them. It's more so about your perception and how you feel about them. In some ways, assuming that people need help. Now, this is within reason. Because there are, if somebody's on the side of a building and they're like, oh my God, I need help. I'm about to fall. Of course they need fucking help. But I think it's about allowing people to be fully a full human being. And I think there were times in my life where I didn't allow people to be full human beings. I projected onto them this idea that of what should be. I projected onto them this idea of where I came from. I was raised in this household, so everybody must be like my parents are. Everybody must be this narcissistic entity that must be supplied in a certain way in order to facilitate a good relationship with them, right? And so, but that's not how everybody is. So in a way, a narcissist kind of dehumanizes people and objectifies them, and the people that survive around narcissists become acclimated to that type of relationship and then project that onto other people, right? I don't know if I'm doing justice. I don't know if I'm doing justice to this conversation, okay? I don't know if I'm doing justice to it. But um um I did not ask for your advice. And you have to respect how I want to receive it. I may be in a position to where you feel like you can give advice freely, but I'm saying that there's a specific way that, and here's the boundary. I'm saying that there's a specific way that I learn, right? And that has worked for me. And that has been established. What you're saying is that, no, I think you need this at this time, and I'm telling you no. 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 And here's the growth part. If you feel some type of way about that no, I don't give a damn. If you feel some type of way about that no, I don't give a damn. Okay? Yes, all that long talk came from I do not want your advice. Yes, exactly. And it is okay that I don't want your advice. And me not wanting your advice doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It doesn't mean that your advice isn't, because you don't need me to validate whether or not your advice is good. You're an independent person. You're a person, you're knowledgeable, you're worthy of love. You don't need me to validate whether or not your advice is good, because I'm pretty sure it is fucking good, right? But what I'm saying, and that goes into a whole bunch of other shit, because now you're using me to feel something about you. Don't use me to feel something about you. Y'all, 6 years worth of therapy, a lot of weed and a lot of shrooms, homelessness, misery. A lot of people give advice in a way to try to get validation of their knowledge. Definitely see it a lot, especially from developers. So, and again, I did not do this shit justice. I know, because I have seen people speak about this same topic, and you have that aha moment in your head. You get it. I don't think I'm doing it justice. It's not something that I verbalize a lot, but it's something that I understand. Okay? So, no means no. As a man, you do not always have to fix shit. Oh, that's powerful. As a man, your worth comes from more than the work that you do. My God. As a woman, your worth is more than what society says it is. What? Okay? As a man, your worth comes from more than your work or the things that you accumulate or your ability to be effective. Okay? Okay? You are worth more than that number in the bank account. Okay? All right? So, listen. You don't have to go around giving advice. You're worthy already. You don't have to go around doing that. No, I didn't get the job. You see that? What? What job you talking about? I applied to 60 of them. Which one? The 59th job or the 23rd job? Which one? So. Whew. But I did get a response from a recruiter today. The 59th? No. The 69th? Maybe. Okay, recruiter. Okay. DEI recruiter. She saw that message. Said, okay, I'm going to send it to the team. I felt that. The spirit is working. I'm going to tell you, the other day I was with a family member, and we were just doing. It went from me just going over there to me helping him put wire in the fence that took a whole bunch of time and shit. So, and we were talking about the job situation, because I had been unemployed for a while, and he was just like, you know what, Chris, I believe in you. It's going to happen. Man, when I was putting that wire together, I get a call, and it's from somebody from a job that I had applied for. And I just went yesterday to take a test for this job, and they said they definitely going to give me an interview because I've scored highest on the test so far. And so, why do I say all this? Why am I saying all this? I don't know. Shit is happening. It's just gonna take time. But anyway, respect my ass, respect my black ass, and if I want your motherfucking advice, I will ask for your motherfucking advice. It's a general clerical position. It was just over Excel and Word, right? But I guess a lot of people don't know Excel and Word. At this point it's a job is a job. So that's the I don't think you appreciate how much harder you work than the competition you're going to be. So I hope so. I hope I'm successful. Right, Malachi? My guy, Malachi is eating random shit. Come here. Why you eating grass, huh? Why? I give you all different types of snacks. All different types of snacks. So much love and attention, and you still want to eat shit off the ground. Oh, who's Vinny Jr.? Who is Vinny? I feel like we talked about this before. Who's Vinny Jr.? Yay! Yes. Hmm. Yes. Consent is important. We talked about it. Right, Malachi? Right. Hmm. Right? Yeah. It's important. It's really important. I live in Texas. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, Roja. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. The time you can't you see it? Oh, I'm it's 1:30. It is 1:30 in Tejas. What was I learning before? I was learning local storage. It's crazy how we go from local storage to consent. Hmm. Programming. I had no idea. Were you streaming for I'm gonna check myself. I always type in hex. Why do I keep calling you hex in my mind? I mean, I never asked stuff like that because I feel like if you wanted me to know, you would let me know. You know, I'll allow people to be anonymous. But somebody just asked. Um, wow, you streamed for 11 hours, and I knew you did because when I ended my stream, it was 11:26 or 11:46, and I looked at my notification in my email, and I was like, okay, she just went live. How was living in Brooklyn? You know, it was my dream growing up to move to New York, but now when I see those people shoveling snow and all the dirt on the ground, I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm good. No, I wish I could do long streams. I want to do long streams. I feel like things would be better if I could do long streams. But I get tired. It's the meds. You want to move to New York? I want to go to New York. Yeah. I just don't want to see trash and shit everywhere. I'm not used to that. Oh yeah, I left. Oh, I'm not used to all that trash, and I'm used to a certain type of southern hospitality, and I don't, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's why I'm thinking Austin. Roha, what do you think about Austin? You want to come to America? Man, I can't say it's a bad place because the only time I feel like this is a bad place is when I look at the news. My everyday in the USA is pretty peaceful. The only time I notice anything bad that's happening in the country is when I watch the news. Period. Period. That's it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I think it's the place we go to. Man, WPKLI7WAK, tread lightly. Hold on, what are you working on? Let me see. Look at your stream. It's so lively and shit. Ooh, look. Oh, that's cool. When you point the camera, ray casting camera starts a little, what, a shader. That's cool. I like this. Cause let me tell you something. Ooh, you gonna fall off. Ooh, just watching you move that UV around. Oh, I don't. I remember the nights. Hold on, can you scale it up while you? It's off. Can't you scale? Hold up. What? Oh, 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 oh. Yeah. Hold up. Can you? Oh, yeah. Okay, fuck it. Okay, a win is a win. Fuck it. I want to make a game. Okay, exactly. Fuck this shit. All right, let me start again. Don't get mad at me. You can go outside. The doggy door is open and everything. You just chose to stay over here and shit. Listen, I love caffeine. It is hard. I like caffeine because it lets me do longer streams. I don't like caffeine because sometimes I get the shakes. I'm very caffeine sensitive. Let me just eat a few more of these. Oh, by the way, congrats at being almost at 5K. I love these things. I feel like Malachi's mad at me. All right, two more. Ain't nobody told you to be that good. Ain't nobody told you to be that good. Okay, so all right. Um, will it change this to a? Oh look, it did it. By the way, we are making booty as a surface. Okay, nothing. We ain't shaming nobody booty game here. This is a surface all about booty. Okay, so we got it to work. And if we change it, that's cool. But it also said, okay, I'm glad that you felt free enough to tell us that. But it said that I could put this in a. I'm glad you love it. Into use theme. Okay, have a good night. Sleep well. Ooh, day sleeping is so fun. Oh, that's some of the best sleep. All right, talk to you later. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being you too. Once you get it working in that, try moving the whole thing into use theme.js. Your custom hook, that way the local storage logic is tucked away in your app.js. Okay, so is it telling me that I could? So what is it telling me? Is it telling me that I could do... Okay. So now it's telling me I need to... Let me think. Okay. Let me just think freely. All right. So what I would need... Const is dark and theme switcher equals use context theme switch. So what I would... Okay, so let me think about this. So I got export const theme switch. So would I not need this here? But I still have to wrap all these in here. Okay. So we have is dark here. Okay, let me think about this. So we set all this up here. So we got is dark, bam. Hold on, what? Okay. Why isn't this working now? Wonder why this isn't. I believe it too. I will become a booty web developer. That's weird. Why isn't this working? What the hell? Why isn't that working? I cannot understand why this isn't working. Hmm. All right, I'm gonna ask. Let's see. Um. Okay. It's being unpredictable. Okay. That is weird. Why isn't that changing? Very odd. I'm not sure why this is happening. You're lying. You're kidding me. Hold on. Now, okay. I'm gonna have to try to do this by myself. Over reliance on AI. Boop. So I understand this. This is frustrating me. God, this is why I should not use AI. I'm gonna ask it one more time. Here I am trying to listen to everybody when I should have just listened to myself. That's fine, whatever. I didn't know why that was there anyway. Struggling. What? Oh. Yeah. That was confusing as hell. Alright, let me look at what I messed up on. Claude said, leave me alone. Oh, I didn't know this was open. What's up? What's up, Iz? Hey, what's up, Angela? How you doing? Okay, so that doesn't want to work anymore. Something happened with that. I am trying to learn use context. I'm listening to the sound of rain. Brother, why is that your name? Why is that your name, Owen? Glad you're doing well, Angela. Is it still cold there? I'll let you know that a better a better name would probably be, I don't know, Red Hat Owen. Owen the Red Hat. Owen Penetration. It ain't it, dog. I'm telling you now. But you know, what do I know? I'm just some random guy in Texas. Oh, it's the weather's really great here. Having a good day. Good day. After this, I'll go out, and you will never find the rainfall that I'm listening to. I do not give it out. It is the one secret that I keep to myself. But sometimes, if you go to the beginning of the stream, sometimes you'll see me flash the video that I'm playing it from. So that's that you'll have to hunt it down. Um. So yeah, that's what I'm learning right now, Angela. The weather's good here, but I'm learning use context, local storage, blah 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 blah. Yeah, man, I gotta have some secrets. I gotta learn. Although it hasn't rained for a long time, I even miss the sound of rain. The provider pattern. You're supposed to be a pen tester. You should know about sensitive information. God. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Iz. An untrustworthy pen tester? That has to be one of the worst things for an organization. Let's see. Um, some people think Tupac is dead, but he's roaming around the desert somewhere. Back end is much better. That's why I'm creating an app called Booty as a your boot. It's called Booty X. Literally back end as a service. You know what I mean? And so I'm hoping that it'll turn out well. I already see a problem. This is supposed to be. Let's see. Um. So yes, I agree. I lost motivation for coding, and I don't know how to get it back into it. Any tips? I would love it. Owen, Are you working professionally? It will not be OnlyFans 2.0. Take it back. In general, yes, there are a lot of people in Poland who have completed the courses. I don't know about the U.S., but I'm using React Native. Owen, do you work professionally? But you just said you're a penetration tester. You're a pen tester. So what do you do? What do you do, Owen? I'm confused. Confused, Owen. Help me. Okay. What? You're an aspiring. You have to prepend that with aspiring. Nothing's wrong with that. Just be honest about where you at, homie. You want an honest answer? I need to know. I need some honesty. You want an honest answer? Cause I'll only tell you what I know and what I think I have expertise in, and I think it's important to know whether you work professionally or not. How you like them apples? Oh yeah, it does work. My bad. So we go to network, and then we go to throttle, and then we say offline booty connecting. See that? See that? See that? Booty connecting. And then we go back online and the try for free. Here we go. So okay. So I just learned a new pattern. So I learned a custom hooks. I also learned um I did not know that you could do stuff like this where you could return this and then put things inside. So I can create context in another file and then clear up the app file like this. Now I just gotta wrap my mind around that. Cause that confused me. It did. So let me think about this. So we have the use theme file. Let me see if Claude is open. Because Claude was messing up. I'm not finished Malachi. Okay. Is it going? Is she gonna work? Claude! Taking longer than usual, so I'm assuming I reached my limit. I reached. Is that what this is? All right. Well, that's enough for me. Oh, yeah. What? No. Is that how that works? I'm learning the context API, custom hooks, local storage. That's what I'm doing today. So I'm playing around. I'm trying to understand stuff. Okay, this looks like it doesn't mean anything, but it does. It does. Yeah, go for it. Um, well, first you need to determine how you learn things. Pick a front end. Okay, let's see if I can do this. We are just cooked as web dev. Boy, you say something else negative. Say something else negative and watch me banish you to the shadow realm. I ain't, don't give me all that negative shit. Go somewhere else with that shit. We're cooked. Go somewhere else with that shit. I'm not here for it. That negativity shit is contagious. It is a poison. Seriously. Now, since you've been banned from this channel, you can go somewhere else and say what you need to say. You can go and tell everybody else that. So you have fun on your side of the internet or whatever it is that people like you do in their free time. I couldn't imagine. Hold on. Let me see. Could you imagine just like getting up in like in the day, in the life that you've been given, and saying, you know what, I'm just gonna spread negativity and bullshit. That's what I'll do. I'll spread the chaos. That's what I want to do with my life. Nothing else to give. Nothing. Nothing else to give. Nothing. Nothing else to give. Let's check LinkedIn right quick. Something's always popping off on LinkedIn. From Banker's Life. Wealth management trainee. They are really hiring here. What is a wealth management trainee? Woo, I do not want to be a salesman. Listen, either you want it or you do not. Either you want it or you don't. Okay? I don't want to sell you anything. Love your dedication, man. I followed you instantly. Don't give up. I left my no-skill job to learn. I left my no-skill. Thank you, sir. Matthew Galecki. Is that a famous person? That sounds like a famous name. Matthew Galecki. Oh my god, it's Matthew Galecki. Oh my god. Yeah, Galecki. Let's see. Who is this? Mike Nairobi. Uzbekistan. I've been to Uzbekistan. No, I've been to Kyrgyzstan. What am I talking about? So we are going to do the to-do. Our goal for the to-do app is to implement. We're going to implement context, API, provider, pattern, custom hooks. All right. Close this. I feel like I'm going to experience the same thing I experienced yesterday. Haha, that's Johnny Galecki's surname, the Big Bang Theory co-star, using it as my anonymous name. I live in Turkey, had so much struggle, but seeing people like you makes. Oh, thanks. Want to connect on LinkedIn? You cool with it? I don't care. Anybody can. My LinkedIn is public. You can do whatever you want. Hey, after I finish with JavaScript, what should I learn next? Did you really finish JavaScript though? You know what I mean? Did you build some projects in JavaScript? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what? I should start telling people that if they can build the last thing I built in vanilla JavaScript was it this? No, it was this. I'll tell you what I think you should do before you move on to React. What's up, King 8 Hat X? Can you do something like that? If you can do something like that, yeah. Want to connect on LinkedIn? Dimitri. Okay. All right. So I wonder, are we still having that problem where I do. I drank coffee today, so I'm in it to win it. I need I'm learning different React concepts. Context API, provider pattern, custom hooks, and local storage. Boy, okay. Okay, yeah, that's the error. All right, let's try that. Yes, I am still grinding. And I think if I do this, is it? I have that on my wall. It's fixed. They fixed it. We don't have to do that thing no more. Hold up. Yeah, we are on 8.0. We don't have any overrides. Okay. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I've never done a unit test. I know my time is coming. I don't think he said there was a problem with it. Oh my God. So this is the thing we're gonna do. It seems like I, at the beginning of my journey, said I would never do a weather app. Weather app done. I will never do the Pokemon API. Pokemon API done. I would never do a to-do app. Here we are. Can can you solve the state snippet challenge? There's a state snippet challenge in the React docs. I've never seen that before. Where are they? Where where are they? Okay. Challenge 104. Complete the gallery. When you press next on the last sculpture, the code. What? Or would it be 11? All right. So that did that. So number one is complete. Did you do these already, or are you just trying to test me? Fix stuck form inputs. When you type into the input fields, nothing appears. It's like the input values. Okay. When you type into input fields, nothing appears. It's like the input values are stuck with empty strings. Okay. The value of the first input is set to always match the first name variable. And the value for the second input is set to always match the last name variable. This is correct. Both inputs have on-change event handlers which try to update the variables based on the latest user input. However, the variables don't seem to remember their values between re-renders. Fix this by using state variables instead. All right. Did you finish number two? All right. Fix a crash. Here's a small form that is supposed to let the user leave some feedback. When the feedback is submitted, it's supposed to display a thank you message. However, it crashes with an error message saying rendered fewer hooks than expected. Rendered fewer hooks than expected. Can you spot the mistake and fix it? I'm confused. A ternary should work too, right? What's the problem? Number one, we're not supposed to have conditional state. Where am I? Okay, yeah, so I was right. Okay, because the first thing I did was move this out of there. Hold up, it says no backseat coding. We don't backseat code. The first thing I did was I did this, put that right there, because we can't have conditional state. Then I said, I said no backseat coding. Oh, okay. When the button is clicked, this example should ask for the user's name and then display an alert greeting them. You tried to use the state to keep the name, but for some reason the first time it shows hello and then hello name with the previous input every time after to this. So that's finished. Let me go back to that last one. It's not that I couldn't figure out the last one. It's that when I was trying to write how to return it, I don't know if y'all saw what happened. I had to go back in the video. But the first thing I removed is this, because you can't have conditional state. Then I was like, then I erased this. And I guess I kept this. Alright. Because I returned, what was I returning? Oh yeah, I didn't need to do is sent. I think it's time for me to go play with the dog. It is 3:30. I think I did good enough for today. Is there anything you people would like to talk about at this point? The hell? Man, don't send me chickens. Yeah, I have. I got a reply from a recruiter. Kind of a recruiter. Okay. Okay. I think that was good for today. I'm gonna have to do more coffee streams. I'm not sure. I haven't been in the military in a long time. Alright, I'm about to go eat a granola bar and cut. Oh, and you know what? This is the perfect. This is how my day should be. Before I start working, like now I can go cut the grass and just think about random shit. All right, bye.